startup ecosystem, like, in the world. I think we're like some top number in population, ninth in economy as Texas alone compared to like other countries or something, correct? Like something very, yeah, that's it, yeah.
That was the key fact I was looking for. Thank you. Round of applause for Joyous. Yes, Texas is the 9th largest economy globally compared to all other economies. So we know this. I'm gonna deviate a tiny bit and tell y'all, I'm from Lubbock, Texas. It is way out there. Has anyone been there? Hands? Oh, I see, guns up back there. I don't even know you, guns up. I didn't go to tech, much to my family's chagrin, but I was born and raised in Lubbock, Texas. You're gonna see some photos, it's gonna be funny. So Lubbock's population is less than 200,000. When I was there, it's grown quite a bit since. It's a small town, and I intentionally have this map here to show you that growing up, I thought every city was alphabetical one direction, all the street names, and numbered the other. So you can imagine the amount of times I got lost as I journeyed through Austin, Houston, Barcelona, all the places that I've been in my life. I'm forever lost, so always take the fun route. So I told you about some pictures. So these are a couple pictures of my family and my family Texas roots. So my family does keep a mini zoo. This is a news article from way before I was born. We have had every pet you can imagine. There's my grandpa, there's me and my sister, and there's little performer Carly, and I think our pet squirrel's there too. So that's Chance, he fell out of a tree. Could tell y'all all the animal stories. Caroline, don't be taking pictures of my baby picture. It's okay. So the bumblebee picture, that is little Carly. I was 5 years old. It was my first performance ever. And I was a tap dancer. So in Lubbock, Texas, didn't know what the world had in store, but that's where I began. Does anyone know about 3-Day Startup? Autumn does. Does anybody know about 3-Day Startup and Capital Factory besides Autumn? Nick does. Okay, so I was gonna have y'all talk, but I'm not gonna make y'all talk through my whole talk. So 3-Day Startup is a nonprofit organization that was originally based out of Capital Factory, and just recently they have taken their operations remote, but they're still super active in Austin. They do 3-day basic entrepreneurial training for students all around the world. So they work with embassies in different countries, and it is an incredible organization, and it was my very first introduction into the startup world in this building right here. So we're gonna go through a couple timelines, and these are of my life, but they also are exactly where I first came into this building. So July of 2016, I begged and pleaded to come to this global conference. I was doing summer school the entire summer and did not have money to pay to come to this conference. And so I asked Cam Hauser about 10 times via email, I'll take out trash, I'll do whatever you need, I'll move chairs, just please let me come to this conference. So I show up, he finally says yes after ignoring me many, many, many times, and I come to Global Roundup at Capital Factory on the 16th floor in July of 2016. So then in August of 2016, the conclusion of that summer school program, I and my team, my incredible team, we won a pitch competition at UT McCombs for a in-home dog and house sitting business that I ran all through college. And that picture right there, there's only one. We only took one, and we got it perfect on the very first time, so it had to be in the presentation just because of that. So here's my very first time at Capital Factory. Going back through these photos was insane. So this is 2016. I had never been around entrepreneurship officially before this, and I was so inspired and infected by the energy around entrepreneurs. Around this time, I had people coming to me and saying, you should take this dog sitting business. You should go with it. You should, go talk to VC. And I was like, my attention span's really short, y'all. Like, come on, I want to do all the things. And so I didn't do that. This is before Rover existed and WAG and all those things that are now really, really popular and successful. But, So I want to pay special attention to the top right. That is Bria, and this was her reaction. You can see that mural on the 16th floor, for those of you who remember it. And this is Bria's reaction when she won the hackathon. She was working on an app for physical and sexual violence and helping students be safer on campus. And when she won the hackathon, that was her face. And that was my first time seeing the power of what a group can do together to solve a problem. And, to see her that excited. So I worked a lot of hours doing all the things. These are just a couple of the things I did to make money throughout college. I nannied, I tutored, I worked on a golf course. I bartended, I picked up trash, I did all the things, and I add those things specifically because that was a huge part of all of this. So you're seeing a lot of the highlights, but a huge part of everything that I did was that there was always community in the work that I was doing as well, and I did every type of job you can imagine. So back to the timeline. In May of 2017, I graduated from UT, hook 'em again, and then in July, came back to Capital Factory, back to this very stage, sitting in those seats right there, and asked so many questions, made so many more connections. This is the year I first met Mark Nathan. This is the year, there's so many people that are still now a part of my community in my life who I met for the first time there. So, I'm gonna speed up. Then in August, I decided to disappear. That summer program was originally gonna be when I studied abroad, but it didn't work out that way. So I ran away, and we're gonna go really fast through these photos. These are some of the things I saw along the way. I walked a lot of steps. I got lost a lot of times. That was a different slide that I cut. And I saw a lot of pretty things, made a lot of incredible friends, and built a lot of experiences through that. So, there you go. I didn't cut it. When you get lost, you find another route. There are so many stories I can tell you, whether it's physically getting lost in a place or in my mind, in my journey that I thought I was taking, being completely lost and having no clue what I was doing, but just figuring it out anyway. And so I think that's something that in entrepreneurship, in what we do every day, you have to remind yourself that you're gonna get lost and that there's always another route. So remember Bria. There she is again. We reunited in November of 2017 in London. She was studying there. This was before I was this was when I was just traveling, and we met in London. She showed me some of the most incredible things, and we've maintained a friendship and stayed connected since. She's a girl from San Antonio, I'm a girl from Lubbock, and here we are in London, and it just blew my mind to be able to be with her and see her journey. All right, then came even more work, so we're gonna go through these fast. Worked at Austin Country Club, did a lot of bartending, y'all. A lot of dogs, did a lot of dog sitting, got to see a lot of puppies. There's no puppy smiles. I thought y'all would smile at puppies. I was like, come on, that's the easy button. And now I really have to drink water, so we're gonna go back to the timeline. So, in January and August of 2018, I was working. All those pictures, everyone was like, you should go get a big girl job. And I told them I would. I interviewed, I had offers in LA and New York, and I just couldn't wrap my mind around it. I wasn't ready to just work every day yet. And everyone was kind of thought I was crazy, but it happened. So there's a pattern. July of 2018, I was back at Capital Factory, back at Global Roundup, and more pictures of me being in this space, which I still can't believe. That's right in front of Voltron. And more connections, more people. And in August of 2018, I flew away. I moved to Spain. I didn't know anyone there. I did not speak Spanish. I didn't know where I was gonna live. I was terrified. And I didn't have that much money. Like, you see that little money sign? But I didn't have that much. But I saved everything I could and I went. By December 2018, all my money was gone. I literally had like $150 to my name. And I was terrified, like quite literally terrified. So what do? We figure it out? Okay. So this is Travel Perk is an incredible travel startup that is solving business travel for business travelers. And they had just raised $44 million, which was unheard of in Barcelona. And through many, many tiers, lots of interviews, lots of things, I got a job there and started in January of 19. So now I have money. I whiteboard a lot. This is another part of when you're lost, write it out. Figure it out, try new things. I'm gonna go through the timeline. So now we're coming all the way back to 3-day startup. Now I'm in the middle of my master's, finishing and working on my master's thesis. And my master's wasn't focused on entrepreneurship, but there was something in me that knew that these entrepreneurial communities were what mattered and what were going to propel change and what I wanted to focus on. So much to my professor's chagrin, now I'm disappointing my professors, which I never did before, I changed my mind and decided to focus everything on global entrepreneurship. So I went to the Austria to Austin program. I got to meet young entrepreneurs and learn what they were excited about. They were doing that 3-day program I mentioned before. I got to meet with the people at the embassy. I was then sent as a global ambassador to the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in The Hague by 3-day Startup. And I wrote a list of all of the conferences, if I could go to any of them. And this one was the only one that was invite only, impossible to go unless someone allowed you or asked you to come. And in that room, it was so clear to me that this is the world that I wanted to be in, and I wanted to be able to impact these places. So then I graduated in July of 19, came back to Austin for a global roundup of 19, and was back at Capital Factory. There's no photos of that. We're gonna skip through these a little faster. But these are some of the places that I met young European entrepreneurs. I have so many stories for those, but turns out I talk a lot, so we can do those later. I focus specifically on young people because over 50% of the global population is under 30 years old. And I am very, very inspired by the young people right now that are taking action, that are doing things differently, that are not letting their voices go unheard. And many of you are in this room right now. Many of you are doing this, and you inspire me every day. So y'all know why startup culture and entrepreneurship, but the people in my master's had no clue what I was doing or why I was talking about it or even what it was, because we're in academia in Spain. And 40% of young people from the Global Shapers survey say that the most important factor that contributes to youth empowerment is the startup ecosystem and entrepreneurship. I believe that. I think a lot of us in this room believe that. But globally, it's still something that is being talked about, that is being found out. But I believe the young people, and I think we have a lot to solve. So y'all may have seen this bio, but what I want to focus on is that I knew that I needed to come back to the city and state that has provided me with so much to contribute and build a stronger, more diverse ecosystem for all Texans to thrive. That's why I'm here. It's why I'm at Capital Factory. It's why I'm so thankful that after all those years of coming to events here and bothering people and building relationships and sending follow-up emails, that I was offered this job and that I get to work with all of you every single day, and we get to focus on the Texas startup ecosystem and the Texas Startup Manifesto, which is our almost last slide. So to bring it all the way around, I initially said I was gonna do Why Texas. This is my Why Texas. Texas is my home. I am a small town girl who grew up with every animal you can imagine, didn't know what I was doing, also would put a bow in my hair and go tap dancing. Like, I don't know what I was doing. I never knew. I still don't know what I'm doing, y'all, every day. But we're doing it, and we're making things happen, and we're doing incredible things here. And I'm gonna say it again, but each and every one of you in this room inspire me with what you're doing and how you're contributing to our overall whole and our overall goals. So thank you all. I'm doing the eye contact thing that Gordon said. I am not gonna get emotional, but I always do, y'all know that. And I really am so, so, so grateful to be here. So there's that little girl in Texas. That's my grandma and my sister. This is what we did growing up. And for that little girl to now be doing incredible things with incredible people like y'all, I'm just so thankful and appreciate your time today. That's all I have. I have questions, but I don't think we have time. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All righty. Okay, now it says we have time for 1 or 2 questions. Anybody have a question? It's okay if you don't. I didn't plan to need for this one. G?
What's the top of mind international entrepreneur that comes to mind that makes you just go, wow, like that partner?
Top of mind international entrepreneur. So I have quite a few that come to mind from when I was there. I have been really focused on Texas the last 2 years. So current entrepreneurs globally are not, it's just not where my brain is right now. But there was a really incredible female founder in Austria who was doing an amazing solar project that had revolutionized the energy industry in Austria. And she was amazing. And so she was early. Like, she had done this years before when I met her, and she had just broken ground for so many people and so many things in Austria. And the Austrian entrepreneurial ecosystem is much, much less developed than where we are. And so she's an inspiration to me for sure. Joyce? That's a big question. What do I want to see more of in the startup ecosystem? I want to see more of a lot of things. I want to see more young people. I want to see more women. I want to see our rooms look like this. I want to see us support each other. Like, I think the power of community that I have seen throughout, I want to be able to, not me personally, but what we do here is ensure that people can build those networks and have that group around them that is always rooting for them. And I want that for everybody, even if you didn't grow up where you knew that was possible. Yeah. Why are y'all? These are hard questions. Where's a softball? There's a softball somewhere out there. Tell me again. What are we not doing that we should be doing? I think so. I'm not gonna speak for Capital Factory. I'm gonna speak for Texas. I think there's so much with our policy right now that as a tech ecosystem, we have the ability to be involved in policy. I didn't touch on that, but I did work for a technology lobbyist as well. And I think there's a lot of potential for our voices as Texans, whatever your perspective is, for that to be heard and for that to be talked about. So I think that's something we could all be more active as we go into political season soon. Yeah, yeah. I think these questions are too big for me. We'll have an offline about that. I think that's a whole conversation in itself. Okay. Thank you. Miss Steph. Softball. Yay, I love softballs. Thank you.
What's your favorite travel hack?
Travel hack, y'all. I could do a whole talk on that, and that's probably what the TED Talk should have been. Favorite travel hack. There's so many. Pack light. Always pack light. I don't care if you're traveling with a bunch of kids, if it's just you. I had a picture in here. I had so many pictures, so sorry, y'all. I had a picture of my bags. My first bag when I went on my 3-month trip alone, and then my 2 bags. I moved to Barcelona with only 2 bags, that one backpack and a tiny suitcase. Pack light. And packing cubes. I pack everything in packing cubes because I lose everything, if y'all don't know. And having them all in their designated place is very helpful. All right, we're done. If you have more questions, y'all know me, I'll talk, I'll answer. Thank you. And I am going to welcome to the stage. Do you want to welcome? Welcome, okay. I'm going to welcome to the stage Josh and Meg and Lawton, our whole executive team, and Eric and Brian and Gordon to come take a seat, and we're going to do some Capital Factory updates.
Awesome. Hey, Lawton. Great. Does anybody want to kick this off? Not Nat or Carly or somebody?
So I'm back on stage. So the Capital Factory updates. This is something that we do every DREAMCON.
We're doing. It's updates
And exec AMA.
We're going straight into the AMA.
Oh, great. We're going straight into the AMA. No problem. Okay, we're going straight into the executive AMA. So I will stay on stage and not go off stage. I'm gonna set my water bottle down. And does anyone, we'll probably have, would y'all go through and say a few things and then we can ask for questions after that, or you just wanna go straight into questions?
No, I think we're going straight into
Okay, perfect. All right, so we have had a long week of DREAMCON, 4 full days of many, many things. So has anyone thought up some questions over the week that they would like to ask right now? Sorry, maybe I'll think of one first while y'all think.
Do what Josh suggested. Ask us a question.
Sid, you got one?
So in like the last couple of years, it seems like we've been doing a lot of Center for Innovations. So I'm curious, what new Center of Innovations are we thinking about in the long run and in the roadmap for Capital Factory?
We've got our hands full. I'm serious. Like, I mean, we just launched 4 new ones. We're not trying to launch any new ones. We're only going to launch new ones because we absolutely can't say no. Like, somebody comes and like Techport, like makes us an offer we can't refuse.
Good question.
Which will probably happen. I mean, I'm not to make it look. People are pitching us stuff all the time. Like I could name all kinds of like things that are just conversations that are happening, you know, like, but that are really exciting and sound really cool, you know. So I try not to like get too worked up because some of these things, like, it took us 3 years to open the 8th floor. For 3 years, we were like, it's gonna open, you know, like, and it did, and it was awesome, you know, but it's just like, some of these things take a long time, you don't know what's really gonna happen or what's not, and people come in and they get all excited, so there's lots of exciting conversations going on about all kinds of different things in all kinds of different places, but it'd have to be really good because we've got a lot to do right now. We've got a whole bunch of places that we opened that we need to make awesome, that are great, but like aren't up to their full potential, right, you know, like, and could be more, so that's just kind of, yeah. Something will probably come up, but it's going to have to be a damn good thing.
This is for Josh, Brian, and Gordon, because y'all have been here the longest. You're looking out at your team, you know, and there's been a lot of ups and downs with, you know, the pandemic and everybody coming back. But what do you see from where you're sitting when you look out at your team?
I see a really big opportunity. I see people who are really passionate to be here and have pretty incredible careers ahead of themselves and that want to show up. I think people really believe and are very inspired. I can speak to the venture team in particular, who I get to work with, but certainly not limited to the venture team. I work with many people across all teams at Capital Factory, and you know, I see the results of a lot of decisions and a lot of hard work that we've put in place over many years. I see a more diverse team. I see a team that is more experienced also, you know, that's coming in. When I started, Capital Factory was really young and we were really small. Most of us didn't take a paycheck at all. And these things have changed a lot over the years. And so those are just a couple of the things I notice immediately.
I think I see an interesting mix of some people that know already what they want to do for the next 5 or 10 or 20 years. And I see a bunch of people that aren't sure what they want to do even 2 years from now. And to me, that's one of the things that makes Capital Factory so special, is that we are a place that can be rewarding for both types. You know, I was fortunate to know when I was a sophomore in high school what I wanted to do the rest of my life when my hands touched a keyboard of a computer, but that's not the case for most people. So some of you know what you want to do for the next 10 or 20 years, and some of you are trying to figure out what you want to do next year. I think that's pretty cool.
Absolutely, without question, best dream team we've ever had.
So my question is on that note. We've had a lot of new people start, and all the new people always say, oh my God, everyone's so nice, and everyone's so this and so that. So my question is kind of, do you get asked a lot how you build a team that is just happy to come to work and happy to do these things? Because in corporate America, you don't get that. So I just wonder if people are like always trying to figure out how you do that.
Good questions from the team over there. For me, it's like really simple. When you're hiring, you look for people that are going to do the right thing for the right reasons all the time. It doesn't mean they always make the best business choice, or it doesn't mean we won't make mistakes altogether. But like if every single one of you just shows up, which you do, and you do the right things for the right reasons and what you believe to be the right reasons, like we're going to be successful, and you're going to want to come to work every day. And you don't have people that are grumbling and complaining all the time. And when you don't have those people and you have the people that are pumping other people up, that's infectious. And I think that that's what I see here. I didn't get to answer the question earlier, so I just smushed them into two.
I'll add something too. I talked about it a little bit in my intro when I asked Josh if it was intentional that he hired good people that were really nice. I didn't give you what his answer was. And his answer was yes, it is intentional. And I think that in the interview process, because that's the kind of people that he's brought into this organization, that's the kind of people that we tend to attract, right? And so it's good people, and it's definitely not easy to build a team like that, but it is intentional, and Josh has done a great job. And the rest of the team. Jake, you too.
You know, specifically, I don't know that I get a lot of people asking me, other people asking us that. What I do get is I hear a lot of people on our team come in saying that they feel that way, which feels really good. I think for me, it really comes down to our first core value, right? It's treat other people the way you want to be treated, right? And that is for me like kind of the most HR employee issues. That's usually the one I'm turning to, right? It's like, okay, wait a minute. Like, it's hard sometimes. I can't always put myself in everybody's shoes, and I don't claim to be able to, and I have a lot of help from other people giving me feedback and to do that. But that's what I try to do. I try to think like, well, how would I feel? Like, or how would my wife feel? Or like, how would my daughter feel? Or how would, where would I want to work? And it's not like, those aren't super easy answers either. It's not like, oh, obviously, like, here's the playbook, and you can't do everything. That's the thing. You can't just do all the things. It just doesn't add up. We don't have all the time, we don't have all the money, we don't have all the attention and energy, because we also have a job to do, like, and other stuff, right? So it's like, so you have to pick. You have to find, like, a mix of, like, what are the things that go together, that work, that, make us feel good. But yeah, I think that is what it is for me. It's just, and I'm so fortunate that, I do think you'll find this is as you meet a lot of people here and people in our community, when what are trends of serial entrepreneurs? The second or the third time, this is one of them. It's like, I'm not gonna work with people I don't wanna work with. I'm not gonna, I'm gonna be super intentional about who's on the team and who we're bringing on and how we develop that, and those are things that people figure out the second or the third time.
I had this realization a couple of times during DREAMCON already, as I stopped and I thought to myself, I'm very lucky, we are very lucky to work for an organization where people can just be authentic, and they can be who they want to be, and they can dress like they want to dress, and they can be accepted for who they are. And I realize we're probably not perfect at that, but being in and out of a lot of organizations and big companies, small companies, lots of startups, it's pretty special here. And it takes, perhaps some of that perspective to realize it, but we're a very authentic organization, and I hope that people continue to feel, embraced, and that they feel comfortable stepping forward with an idea. And frequently it will be met with a yes and I recognize that a lot too. And I think, whether it's related to the company or it's a personal goal, people find support in this community. It's a really incredible community. I think that makes it quite special.
Yeah, I'll just add one more last thing too. I think, and I don't want to speak for Natalie or Carly, but would encourage you to ask them about it. And I hope that they would feel this way, that because they're often in a spot of coming to me and telling me something that maybe I don't want to hear, or that, or I'm really hung up on something, and looking at something through one lens and one perspective really intently, and sometimes really intently, and they're trying to help me see it from a different perspective, I don't know, we want to do the right thing, Like, that's hard. That's not the same thing to everybody. But, like, we're trying to do the right thing. If you think we're not doing the right thing, like, tell us. And if we're gonna listen, and we're gonna try to fix it. We're gonna try to do the right thing.
Next question right here, Jill. Could you all share more about the construction on the 16th floor and just the relationship with McKesson and what that means for Capital Factory?
Yeah, that's a great one. So 16th floor in Austin, we're referring to upstairs. There's also a 16th floor under construction with McKesson in Dallas. A little ahead of this one, or a little ahead of us maybe. So in this case, what's going on here is McKesson is moving in to be an anchor tenant on the 16th floor. That was a key part of us being able to reopen the 16th floor. The 16th floor was closed during COVID. It's, if you think about it, compared to all the other floors, it's the only one where prior to McKesson, like, we didn't, like, block off a whole bunch of space and rent it out to somebody big that was gonna, like, keep paying the rent all through COVID. And so when, things were empty and it was really quiet and we didn't have as many co-working members and didn't have events going on and other things like that, that was, unfortunately, actually, honestly, this is pretty unusual, we were able to, like, our landlord was very flexible and let us basically just effectively stop paying rent on that floor for a year and not use it for a year. Very unusual. That's leverage. Why did you do that? Because we kept paying for the other 3 floors. Like, it was like, well, we can stop paying for all the floors and we can fight about it. Or like, it's like, but fortunately that's business. That's how and I wasn't trying to screw him. I was trying to, like, keep the whole thing working, right? And he got that. So we had a great relationship. He was able to do that. But in order to reopen it, he wasn't, he's like, well, how are you going to pay the rent, right? And I wanted to know that. And so, we it was a really great deal with McKesson, and lots of people contributed to that, and that effectively helped us anchor that floor. And they pay for a substantial portion of operating that floor from the portion that we dedicated to them. And it is prime real estate. Like, they have the Capitol View conference room. It's on the 16th floor. But we got the 16th floor back, it was kind of a tough choice, but it was worth it. And they're a great partner. They're actually super engaged. They're doing we're working with startups. They're here a lot and doing other things. They're in Dallas too. So there's a lot of potential there to make it even better. And so what's going on is we've basically are taking the dedicated desk seating that if you go up to the 16th floor and go to the right, that's behind ACL or past the kind of where the staff sits outside the freight elevator. And there's about 40 desks back there. It's about 15% of the floor, like square footage, so it's a pretty small percentage, but it's like one end, including a whole bunch of desks and 3 conference rooms. Lyle and Janus, which is the big one, the big one at the end, and then there's a Marcia, which is the smaller one, closer to where Workplace sits. And so, and then they have 3 phone booths in there. And so they're adding one wall with a door, similar to the other side of the floor, like an ACL, just so that'll secure that space, so near Workplace. So there'll be a door put there so that you have to have a key card to get in and out. And then they're redoing some carpeting and putting their own furniture and they're not dramatically changing it, but they're upgrading. I'm sure it'll be nicer after. Some cool window tinting, I think, so you can't see in the windows. Maybe that's on the 4th floor. They're also adding a server. They have a server room on the 4th floor they're doing as well, that they're doing through the building. And so what's gonna be running there is a cybersecurity team that runs cybersecurity for, I think I've heard 80% of the pharmacies across the US. And so there'll be a whole bunch of kind of technical cyber people here. There'll be some leadership here, and it kind of brings in 2 different angles of both health and cybersecurity for kind of new partnership angles and new things that we can do up there.
So I have a 2-parter. First is I'd love to know your favorite city for open coffee, and would love to hear your top story since the last DREAMCon of engineered serendipity or an amazing connection that happened in open coffee sometime in the last 6 months.
Easy. Open coffee in particular, my favorite city is Austin. There's something about open coffee that happens where it is just on fire. I feel that way about Founder Salon in Dallas in particular, and just something about the morning time coffee community in Austin. It's awesome. There's usually tons of people. My favorite moment was occurred right where Hanny is standing, and it's when I met Miss Carrie Waters. If anybody knows Carrie Waters, Million on Mars, and I think in like a single 5-minute conversation, she agreed to become a mentor. She agreed to join Capital Factory with Million on Mars, and she agreed to like invest in our Texas fund. And so it was just like, nice to meet you. Josh told me to like, let's come over here and meet. And we just, in 5 minutes, like all those things occurred. And she is a badass in our mentor community. She contributes a lot and was just like, great, y'all are awesome. Like, this is awesome, I'm in. And that was a really special moment. She's, we're gonna accomplish a lot with Carrie over the years.
Yeah, I remember that well. It was a really busy morning, and I was getting like overwhelmed. And she came up, and I was like, "Oh wow, you're super interesting. Go find Brian." And then guys, I had to go talk. There was like a million people talking to me. All right.
Hello. Hi. So I understand that we have different locations that focus on different types of sectors. So San Antonio, e-gaming and defense. Houston, energy. Are there any technologies or startups that Capital Factory is particularly looking for to add to their portfolio, or what does that criteria look like while everybody is out there kind of looking for new technologies and talent?
Yes and no. Sometimes we're given some directives from our partners. McKesson might say, we're really interested in cybersecurity startups, or we're really interested in this or that. And those give us some leading indicators of things to be on the lookout for so we can create value for our partners. And if 4 or 5 corporations are actively looking or aggressively looking for the same thing, we will listen, we'll notice that, and we'll likely start finding those startups because we can deliver some value to them. But the reality is we're usually coaching them on the trends, and they're not necessarily coaching us on the trends. They're typically validating or agreeing the quality of a particular opportunity when we create a match. So, on the bleeding edge of industry and sectors, our Web3 is space and aerospace. It's still AI. It's health, and healthcare AI. And so there's lots of different sectors. I think they're going to look and feel like a lot of the ones, that we're already proactively working in. Quantum, I think, is a particular area that people are starting to ask some questions about. It's still really hard to explain. There's not a lot of people that understand the impact and can develop, high performance quantum computing capabilities. But it's something that people are starting to talk a lot about, and I think our teams are particularly on the lookout for, hey, when's the right opportunity to find a quantum company to work with? So that would be one example.
As I think about the last 10 years, there's this interesting combination of chicken and egg and tip of the spear. In the early days, we were just looking for the best startups, in the early days, mostly in the Austin area. And so, badass startup, what does that mean? To a large degree, it means badass founders that are driven. And since we're working at the tip of the spear, we think what they're working on could be great, but sometimes it's a brand new, innovative industry or technology, so we just don't know. And where that turns into chicken and the egg, we might recruit a badass startup that's working on something that we actually don't really have mentors that know much about it, because the startups are working tip of the spear. Mentors are people that have already been around the block a few times and have had successes. That probably means we don't have very many mentors that know that tip of the spear stuff. So we'll bring a startup that'll come commit to us. Well, that'll help us go find a mentor or two, and then that cycle is able to continue. The next time we find a couple startups, we're able to say, yeah, we got 4 or 5 badass mentors that know what you're working on. And that, over the years, it just keeps cycling through. The first blockchain startups that decided to join us without us having any badass mentors that knew blockchain. But then we went and got some mentors that knew blockchain, and that helped us recruit the next ones. And now it's expanding outside of digital health to medical devices and biotech and life sciences and space tech and Web3 and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And one of the things I really love about this place is that, like, for as long as I'm capable of working and coming to this place, I'm gonna get to see tip of the spear stuff that I didn't have the pleasure of knowing about or working in during my 28-year career before this, but Capital Factory keeps that cycle going, and it just energizes my brain. So you understand the way I'm answering your question. And for those of you that continue on this journey with us for a long time, you'll get to see that continue to play out. Tip of the spear, chicken and egg. Yeah.
I really like that answer. You know, just sum it up. You know, we don't decide what's important. We discover what's important. And we're working on whatever the hottest, cool things are. That's kind of like the nature of it. That's the tip of the spear. And so we have some ideas like what we think that might be, or we're interested in. Like quantum has been on that list for a long time, but it's not real yet. Like it hasn't broken out. And we get interesting right when it starts to like break out and become real. And people are gonna actually go pay for it. Like no one you know is paying for anything that's quantum right now. You know, like it's just like when like Web3 and crypto, you know, like it was just when it started to get real, we got into it. And so, and we've been in it, like Gordon says, sometimes it's driven by a great founder or a great investment who worked with us before, like Kyle at Multicoin, who then we hadn't done anything with crypto, and he started, and then and the InfoChimps guys who started, help me out. Joe and Drew, the crypto lending, hey Lawton. Anyway, but Unchained Capital, really, two really great, really early companies that are really successful now, and now we look all smart, like we like knew, you know, got early in on these companies, and like we had no idea, we just knew them, they were good people, and again, those things feed each other. Sometimes it's an innovation council partner who comes in, and suddenly, wow, we can introduce you to McKesson and Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we're getting more healthcare opportunities, or the government, which drove these other things. But just like Gordon's example said, I mean, and he'll remember all these really well, like Firefly Space, like. We were all looking at each other going like, are we gonna do a rocket ship company? Like what? Like how do we convince, what can we tell them about how we can help them? Like what, you know, like you remember these conversations, right? Like, and then like 3 months later, they're presenting to the Secretary of Defense, right? It's like these things just like feed each other, right? Like he's coming in and suddenly it's like, oh, who do we put? We'll put the rocket ship company in front of him, right? Aptronic. Aptronic was like, can we do a hardware company? Like they do robots, like, we're talking to them. We're like, hey guys, we don't have any other hardware companies. Like, we think we can help you with other stuff. Like, and they hadn't raised any money. They weren't sure they were gonna raise any money. We're like, you might raise money someday. We might be able to be helpful. Like, do you remember these conversations, right? Like, it was just so different. And now we have lots of space companies and lots of robotics companies and lots of healthcare companies and lots of 3D printing companies. And like, these are all things where like, I'm like, people are like, are you like a space investor? And I'm like, no, actually, yeah, actually I am a space investor. I'm in like a dozen space companies. That's more than almost anybody else I would ever meet, you know, like, so anyway, that's, but again, it's not some big prophetic like vision we have of like, this is what's gonna be big, let's go get more of those. It's like, whoa, shit, everybody's asking us for those, or like, wow, we're really seeing a lot of those, or you know, like, or like, wow, we really love that person. What the hell are they doing? Like, all right, let's just help them to get started and figure it out, right?
From a very practical standpoint, it doesn't mean just because Dallas is our Center for Healthcare Innovation that we don't want other types of people to come to Open Coffee, right? It just means that happen to be a large collection of healthcare startups. That's awesome. Now we have a healthcare innovation, like an entire floor. But it doesn't mean that we don't want everyone in Dallas to come to Open Coffee, and we don't want all of the founders to be at Founders Salon. It just happens to be kind of where we've labeled and like, you know, like communities have come together. So.
Yeah, totally agree. How much more time we got, just so I know what we're working with?
10 more minutes.
All right, awesome.
Okay, hi everyone. So
These are great questions.
Yeah, so just building on to the topic of the entrepreneurial community, I've just got a somewhat technical question to ask, which is like, So right now, a lot of like financial experts are saying that we're entering, into the bear market. At least we're seeing early signs of the Federal Reserve increasing the rate by another 0.75%, and we're going to cap off at about 3.75% by the end of early of next year. So I guess a huge problem would be startups would find cash liquidity issues. They're going to have funding. So really two questions, which is, would this affect the way in which we make funding decisions for startups? And also, how can we better support the startup community as they start to face cash funding challenges?
Yeah, those are great questions. So I think I'm going to leave that to Gordon and Eric, since Gordon certainly has seen as many of these cycles as I have and helped people, and Eric might be able to give some of the market perspectives.
This question is coming up a lot, as you can imagine, in my office hours with founders. It's suddenly become the #1 topic and the #2 topic and the #3 topic for my office hours. So yeah, our founders are kind of freaked out for the reasons you mentioned. Some of them were lucky to have just raised a big round of funding 3 and 6 months ago, so they're not as freaked out. And yeah, some startups will crash and burn, as a result. But a lot of those founders, they'll just start up their next gig. I mean, you probably have heard that during market downturns is the best time for entrepreneurship. Some people in big companies are going to lose their job, and they're going to be forced into actually pursuing something that they really wanted to do, but they couldn't, jump out. So in some ways, during these downturns, it's great times for Capital Factory. But yes, some founders will be on the winning side versus losing side of the macro conditions and fundraising. It'll be harder. Those that raise money aren't able to raise it at the valuations they would have 6 months ago. But you know what? I tell the founders that are freaked out about that, I said, you're worried about the wrong thing. Like, your valuation drop is not your enemy. Find the damn money, keep the company alive. The other thing that happens is, I talk about the roller coaster versus the rolling hills. Silicon Valley is the roller coaster. Their valuations get really, really crazy high, and then when these things happen, the roller coaster comes way down. Versus, in Texas, I talk about the rolling hills. So it's moderated here, and in a way, that's helpful for us. Like, our startups, our world doesn't go through the crazy gyrations, even though there are adjustments. So those are kind of the main things for us as investors. When we sit around the table as a fund team making investment decisions, we're still looking for the great opportunities. Our thesis doesn't change. But the term sheets that we're seeing look a little bit different. We're not a lead investor, so our investments come after our founders have already found a term sheet. And yeah, we're seeing term sheets that look different than they looked 6 months ago. So in one way, you could say that's opportunistic for us. It's not that we were making bad investments before, but hey, we're able to get some better bargains, great companies at lower prices. So for our limited partners that have invested in our fund, actually we can tell them that we're getting some really good, we loved our deals before, we still love them, and we like them actually a little bit more because the economics could be more favorable. So that's kind of it in a big sense. Who knows where it's going to play out? Part of the reason things are a little funky right now is nobody can predict, is it going to get much worse? How long is it going to last? And so when there's that much uncertainty, investors kind of lock up a little bit. So that's why they're nervous about doing things. And so I don't know if that'll take another month or 3 months or 6 months to shake out. But at some point, it'll become clearer. It won't be as foggy. And as soon as it's less foggy, I think investors, they get really back to work. Those are just a few of my thoughts. Hope that's helpful.
I think there's not much that I could really add to Gordon's statement. I think that was very comprehensive, Gordon. Good answer. And I agree wholeheartedly with pretty much everything you said. I think the one thing that I'll add to that is the way that valuations are determined on a lot of these types of deals is they look at a discounted cash flow analysis, right? They look at what are your future projections of what you could potentially earn down the line. And they discount that to a present value. Well, when interest rates go up, the discount rate that they use to create a present value calculation is higher. And when you have a higher discount rate, it yields a lower present value. And so that really affects startup companies, because if you're going and you're doing a discounted cash flow valuation on General Electric or someone like that, they're making money along the way, and their cash flows are near term, right? And they have large cash flows that are near term. So when you present value that, it doesn't have as big of an impact as a startup who might be losing money for a number of years and then doesn't really start to earn money in their forecast until multiple years out. Well, when you discount that future cash flow, it brings back a very, very small number. And so from a multiples perspective, an evaluation perspective, you know, the valuation of a startup is always going to be less than the companies that have near-term cash flows. And that's why you're going to see the biggest impact in valuation to those startups as compared to the public market. So that'll address the interest rate question that you had.
And one last thing before, just to also put in perspective, we started Capital Factory in 2009, right after the 2008 market crash. Just as it was in response, like we thought this is a really good time to invest and start companies.
Okay, hi. In the last 6 months, what's been your favorite or the most interesting startup to join our portfolio? I'm partial to Radia, which is, well, I guess that one's, well, would be considered a portfolio company.
Yeah, we're investment closing right now.
Okay, yes. So this is a company that is really tackling the clean energy market. So the big problem with wind is that it's not cost effective to use wind. But the reason is because when you have these huge blades that actually capture the wind, the bigger the blade and the higher up the blade, the more energy it can capture. So you need these huge blades to really make great wind energy to make it economically viable. And guess what the problem is with big blades? Transport, yes. And where do you think you cannot transport them? Air, roads, right. And what are the reasons? Why wouldn't you be able to transport them by roads? They're huge, right? You can't get them under bridges. And why can't you transport them by air? Yes, so this company is solving that problem. They are first going around to various places in the world and working out these incredible contracts with, say, North Africa to put a huge wind farm. And then once you get cheap enough energy, then you can actually convert it into ammonia and send it by pipeline over to Europe so you can get Europe off of gas. But wait, how are you going to get the blades transported? They're going to have to make the biggest plane in the world. So they've actually done both. They've made this huge plane. It's actually, they spent 6 years developing it, and they're about to start production while they're also working out contracts with various governments. So it's pretty freaking cool, and they're going to be hopefully announcing a big contract, the one I just referenced in North Africa, that could get the EU off of Russian petrol up to 50% in the next 5 years. It'd be pretty cool.
I'm not following your rule. It's not the last 6 months, but I'm sorry. Has Worlds, I don't know how long ago we invested in them, but coming from larger corporations, almost my entire career was multiple locations, multiple warehouses, multiple regions, and we spent so much time, energy, and money on securing those locations, monitoring those locations. And when I saw what Worlds was doing that essentially takes out kind of the human error of monitoring any of those locations, I just wish that I could have time traveled. I was on that side of the road today, back to like when I started my career, and I was spending so much of my day, instead of taking care of my team, I was spending so much of my day trying to fix those things and that human error in a large warehouse or in a region or whatever. And Worlds is gonna solve that for so many companies. And I geek out every time I see them. So.
I have one. Mine is Icon. I think really cool real-world application that anybody can understand. And for those that don't know, they're 3D printing concrete and manufacturing homes. And the thing that really excited me about what they're doing is they have a contract with the government to build structures on the moon using moon rock. Well, that's really cool, man. I mean, I have a passion of space and Red Rock too. Yeah, that's amazing. So, that really kind of sets the stage for a lot of stuff that needs to happen to go kind of moon, Mars, and beyond, if you will. And so, they're really excited to see what happens with those guys.
You know, you guys want to go?
Brian's got one.
In December, Focus Energy joined our advisor portfolio. They're building a star on Earth and to solve global sustainable energy through laser-based fusion. And that's a really big idea. In January, we invested in Intuitive Machines, and they're building the lunar economy and monetizing moon landings. That's the Texas moon and the Texas flag on the moon. Radio is pretty incredible. And then I'll tell you about an opportunity, a call that I had this morning, which I'm pretty excited about. We got some work to do. There's some complications. If it doesn't happen, it's probably because we don't want it to happen, not because they haven't already said yes. And it sounds like we're gonna win DeLorean Aerospace, which is the DeLorean family, working on building a new eVTOL in our Partners Fund portfolio, and that's what I'm pretty excited about because it's really freaking cool.
I can't top that.
You know, my most fun favorite is Pipe Dream. I really love Pipe Dream. I love the whole I love the concept. I love the company. I love everything about it. I think they're so great, and I can't wait to have it. And I think it's totally real, not a pipe dream. But I really am fascinated by. You'll help me out with the name of it, but the one that does the ear sensor that treats Spark Biomedical, and just. They have they have this ear sensor that treats opioid addiction. I mean, it's non-invasive. It's just like sends little electrical impulses. And unfortunately, it's not something I've had a lot of personal impact with, but I know opioid addiction is a really big problem that affects a lot of people. And the idea that could help treat it, like, without drugs, without, like, wow, just like, I think that's amazing and just so moving to be part of. Or the other one that's like the walking cane for people with Parkinson's, and it like lets people walk. Like, oh my fucking God, like that I just think that's amazing.
I guess my question would be, within each of your roles respectively, what is one aspect of your job that keeps you up at night?
Oh, geez. All right. Someone think up a really fun, nice question after this one. Yeah. We'll close it out. That we'll close it out with. All right. Thank you, Thomas, for keeping it real.
Missing opportunities to invest into great startups because for one reason or another they don't want to engage with us, or we weren't able to. Yeah, we've already spent all of our investment capital or what have you, but we get hit with incredible opportunities. We love to be a part of them. We can't be a part of everything. When we have to say no or we can't do it, that keeps me awake at night.
You know, my chairman role doesn't cause me to stress out over things related to running the day-to-day as much at Capital Factory. So I'm a worrier, so I do worry about just continuing to build a thriving organization that's doing great things. But for me personally, it's probably more, there's an age where the younger founders look at me as the sage advisor. Having some gray in my hair and some battle scars is good. Well, 10 years from now and 20 years from now, will they look at me the same way, or will they just look at me as an old man? It's not something I have to worry about waking up tomorrow morning, but it is something that I think about. I want to remain relevant. I want to remain helpful for a long damn time. Yeah.
This is going to shock you, but it's revenue that keeps me up at night. It's a big shocker, I know. When you are exceeding revenue goals at any company, you just have so much more flexibility to do the fun things, right? And I was explaining this at dinner last night to, like, Catherine and I were having this whole conversation, and she was like, okay, yeah, this lady is crazy. But the more you're driving that top line revenue, you've got your operational expenses, it's all of us, it's the building, it's our snacks, it's all the things that we spend money on every day. And the more you drive up that revenue and keep those operating costs the same, the more profit you have, which that profit, like, we don't have, you know, a board that's gonna tell us what to do with it. We don't have shareholders that are gonna tell us what to do with it. So like that profit, we can then reinvest in other things. And when I say reinvest, I don't necessarily mean the fun. I mean, even just different talent or a different product or a different service, or like you can use that for other things. So if you're not driving that top line revenue, you just kind of like, you may lose the opportunity to do other cool stuff. So yeah. If you would like a finance class from me instead of Eric, just let me know.
Can I attend?
Oh, for sure.
So this might surprise you guys, but when I was a kid, I used to like to collect baseball cards. And I would go through my cards, and I would put them in numerical order, because they all had a number on the back, right? They had Topps, and they had Score, and they had Fleer, which were different brands. And I would collect them, and I'd put them in numerical order so that I could figure out exactly what I had. And I just liked to have things in order, and it really kind of started at that age. And coming into a new role with somebody else that had kind of set everything up for me prior to me, it's in his order, right? And it's not in my order yet. So I'm stressing about getting it in my order so that I'm comfortable with it. And when you asked the question earlier, messy desk or clean desk, I went on the clean desk side because that's definitely what I aspire to. But I definitely belonged on the messy desk side because my desk is messy, and I stress about getting in order. It's kind of just something that I'm always going to stress about, and I realize that it's probably never going to happen. But it keeps me motivated and keeps me energized to try and get things in order. So,
time. I stay up thinking about time. Yeah, and for a lot of reasons, and one of them is just opportunity cost, right? Like we all here have really high energy, and we want to do a lot of things, and so I am constantly thinking, am I doing the right things? And these guys have heard me talk about golden apples. And it's the ancient myth about a dad in a patriarchy who was gonna marry off his daughter to one guy. She wanted to marry another guy, and they were gonna race for her. So she threw golden apples in the path of the one she did not want to marry. And he was picking up the golden apples, thinking, I'm gonna buy this beautiful house for my new bride. We're gonna live in a castle. But it slowed him down. And he thought, well, it'll only take me a second. I'll just pick that one up. And the one who actually won the race was the one she wanted to win, which is the one who kept his eye on the prize, which was finishing the race and winning her. So I think about this all the time. And I think a lot of us are thinking, I want to do this one thing, and I constantly am thinking to myself, did I pick up a golden apple? Is that a golden apple? What's my thing? And I stress about whether I'm thinking about the right thing and allocating the right thing with my time to that. Great question.
Since Lawton told me that story, I've talked about a lot of golden apples and I think I put quite a few down. You know, I think I am stressing about the global economy stuff just because it affects a lot of different things, and it creates a lot of uncertainty. And for me, it creates a lot of big moving numbers. Like, you know, it's like there's like big moving things that like are hard to predict and hard to manage. I'll share something that will possibly backfire, but
hopefully help and give you a little insight into you know, honestly, some of the biggest things that I do stay up at night about, that it do stress me about, and I'm so fortunate, right, that we're in this spot. But where I'm at in my life right now is a place, you know, outside of this hopefully somewhat temporary situation with, you know, the market economy stuff of, I'm so fortunate. I'm in a world of abundance. I have more, you know, certainly more than I could ever need, and my family has what they need, and I get to come here and do these incredible things, and I get presented with tons of incredible opportunities. And somewhat ironically, who raise your hand if you were at the last DreamCon party at Bill Perkins' house? A bunch of you, not everybody, not that many. It's amazing. It wasn't that long ago. But one of our investors and entrepreneurs, who's very, very wealthy and has a incredible lake house that we all got to go to for the last DreamCon party. And he's amazing, and he works hard and he parties hard. And he wrote a book called Die with Zero, which has also had a really big impact on me over the past year or two, which is has a lot of different things to it. But if I were to try to sum it up, some of the key concepts are that you can have everything you want in life, but you have to do it in the right order. So you can't water ski when you're 80. You can't, you know, there's some things you can only do when you're young. There's some things you can only do with your kids. There's some things you can, you know, that you can save for later. And so that's one part of it. And another part is that the point of life is to die with the most experiences in your bank account, not the most money. The money doesn't do much good at the end. And so those kind of two things together, Bill is getting married next week in the south of France. They've basically rented out a whole town, from what I can tell. It's I think it's like, I'm sure I won't I won't quote numbers of what I actually they're spending millions of dollars on this party. A lot of people I love are going there besides Bill, who I love, and like, you know, it's gonna be really fun, and there's gonna be, it's gonna be like, oh my God, you're at that party. And my kids are 10, 12, and 13 right now. The 13-year-old doesn't really like us anymore. The 10-year-old does. The 10 to 12-year-old kind of depends. We've got, you know, they've got all these activities that they need to do and want to do. I have stuff I have to do this summer. I've got like maybe 3 weeks with them this summer. It's like our whole family together. And that would have been one of them. And I could have brought my kids to France, but like, I wouldn't have really gotten to see my kids that week. Like, so we're not going to France. And like, we're gonna go hang out on the beach because like, you only get so many weeks, you know, like, and part of me is like, I'm never gonna get invited to a party like that again, but actually I probably am gonna get invited to another party like that again. Like, that's the thing. Like, I mean, I hate this. I mean, I'm not, again, I hope this could totally backfire, but I mean, like, I am gonna get invited to other amazing parties and things like that. And I'm never gonna have another week with my kids this summer. So.
Last question, Ben, take it home.
Can you talk a little bit more about the Opportunity Fund and what you're looking to accomplish with it?
Yes, so it's possible that most of you heard about this for the first time in Jill and Jamie's presentation the other day, I realized, as they were talking about it. So how many of you guys know about the Texas Fund? Awesome, you guys rock. Okay, so when a company comes in and they're here, we love them, we wrap them in our support, and we introduce them to investors, we mentor them, and we say, when you guys go out for your first institutional raise, which is another lead is gonna come in and invest at least $2 million, then we will have the right to come in and invest up to $250,000, right? That's the Texas Fund. So what happens when they get bigger? Next time around, they raise again. So there's generally, early on in the investment cycle, you have your friends and family will invest in your venture. And then next, you'll have seed investors. And then next, you'll have a Series A, which oftentimes is what the Texas Fund is. And then when you start to get really big, you'll have another round of financing where you need to raise more money, and you'll raise a Series B, and then again a Series C. And this is all prior to going public. So what the Opportunity Fund does is are going to raise money from investors, and we're going to use that money to invest in the companies that we already invested in early on. But now they've gotten bigger, and so we have the opportunity to invest again. So that's why it's called an Opportunity Fund. Sometimes you'll hear us call it a growth fund, because that means that the company is growing. So that's to invest in companies later in their growth cycle. So a growth fund, an opportunity fund, those need to be bigger. Why? Because your checks need to be bigger. Because when someone's going out to raise a B, they're raising probably 20 million on, say, a $100 million valuation, and we're gonna wanna put in $1 million check or a $2 million check, not a $200,000 check. And you know what's really cool also, guys, is our companies that have come through, they have such extreme founder goodwill that they want to let us invest even more than we have the right to invest. So say the Texas Fund invested $250,000. So when they were worth, say, I don't know, $5 million, then they come back and they say, well, now we're worth 5 times that. So you guys can invest 5 times more, right? And then we're like, but we love you guys, please, we love you. And they're like, I love you too, I love you too. Like Radia, oh my gosh, Josh was the first one to invest in them. They're worth close to $1 billion right now. And they are letting us invest. So people are gonna invest in our Opportunity Fund because we have special opportunities. We have special access. And it's really unique and really cool. Thank you.
What are some examples of some of the companies that we would have done that they know of?
Apptronic. Icon. Okay, let's talk about Icon. So
Just real quickly, names like Icon, Apptronic. What are ones we would have done as we would have invested in? Cart.com, right? So just those are all the ones that like we've seen doing these big rounds, and maybe we've done an SPV or something else. Now we can invest ourselves. So, are we on time? All right, thanks for great questions.
I'm taking it away. I'll take it away. Awesome. Well, thank you, exec team. Those were all great. Thank you guys for participating and honestly asking great questions. Thank the exec team for giving awesome questions. Just some final notes, which I forget what they are.
We're going to start with bingo.
Thank you. Okay. Woo. Bingo. Okay, right now we only have 2 bingo cards submitted. Sad, guys. So get those bingo cards done. They're due by 12 to 1 today. I'll give you some lenience. So just get those submitted. All you have to do is submit them through the DREAMCON bingo. Just post it in there. And then we already have a winner. Nicole submitted first. So she's our first winner. Thank you, Nicole. And then whoever submits now and gets it in on time will be entered into a lottery to be our second winner. Reminder to grab a blanket out of the back, get your swag. It's got robots on it. Josh, are you still doing your VIP tour? Perfect. Okay, if you're new, we'll probably start the VIP tour in like 5 to 10 minutes. So if you're new, haven't been on one, go on it. It's great. No one gives tours like Josh. I haven't been on one in a long time, but I'll give up my spot for you new people. Party tonight. Okay, DREAMCON party is tonight at 6. Where is it again?
It's at Malverde.
Thank you. So it's going to be at 6. We're going to do kind of like an award portion at 6:30. So try to be there by 6:30. We're going to do Dream Teamer of the Quarter. We're going to give out anniversary coins. And That's it. Those are the 2 things we're gonna do. You get +1s, so bring a friend, bring a partner. That's really all the +1s you can bring, I think. Bring your grandma, bring your parent. You can do whatever you want with your +1, honestly. Am I forgetting anything?
There are still some massage spots open for today. So if you haven't booked one, the link to book is pinned in Dream Team Slack channel, so you can still book one.
Yes. What is parking at our party? Can we walk there? Is it far away?
Sure.
It's on 2nd Street?
You can walk from here.
Ubering.
Did everyone hear that? If you don't want to walk in the heat, park here and then Uber to Mount
Yes.
Verde.
Other questions?
Oh, no. Yeah, more questions?
No questions.
All right, so I have one final surprise announcement, just to thank Autumn for being the most amazing MC and host of DreamCon, including her improv this morning. So I have a little surprise present for Autumn.
I love presents.
I got her.
Aww! Thank you!
For always bringing amazing energy. And one of the favorite things I think I heard this week was yesterday when she said to all of you to go forth and flower. I thought that was hilarious and beautiful. So you
I love
too,
it.
go forth and flower.
I will, thank you. Well, thank you guys. Honestly, thank you all for being just the best audience. I had a lot of fear in public speaking, not really fear, but just like anxiety in it. And this week has totally changed that. And you all are the reason why. You all are the best audience. You're so welcoming. Like Brian said, you all let me be my most authentic self. So thank you guys for being amazing. And
see you all tonight.
Yeah, see you tonight. Go forth and flower. All right, guys, the VIP tour is starting, so if you're attending, please come up front with Josh and Stormy. Thank you, thank you.
All right, I didn't want to speak so loud that talk about John Deere or they could hear me. I'll talk a little just about how the tour works, and then we'll do the tour. But some other kind of guiding principles about it. One, there's really like a funnel about how we should talk about it. Like you don't have to like. For me, like I never have any slides. It's never like me giving a presentation. The whole tour happens between the startup presentations. It's like I meet them here and we like introduce each other, and then I'm kind of like, great, well, we're gonna walk around through Capital Factory, and as we walk around, we're gonna talk a little bit, and you can ask questions, and along the way, we're gonna stop and talk to some people, meet some people that we think might be interesting to you, and so I always some other key things, so the funnel of that, like what I'm talking about, as we move through the different floors, it messes me up a little bit if we change the order of the floors. Like it's kind of like because each floor, just like what Gordon was saying, like the slides remind you what to say. Like I know what to say when I'm on each floor or when I'm in each room, right? And so there's a funnel to that. And the funnel of Capital Factory is that everything starts with it's Texas. And that, because like everything's about Texas and why we're here in Texas and what's going on in Texas. Austin and the center of gravity and depending on where we are, if we were in a different place, it'd be about that. But hey, we're in Austin. Austin's the center of all this. We're at the center of Austin. And then being the center of the startup community. And then that leads into what is this place where we are, Voltron, the first floor in the room, right? We're talking about events and all the things we do there. Then we usually see a startup demo. Then we might move up to the 5th floor, talk about, okay, then you can become a member. You can actually work here. What's it mean to be part of the community? Then we're going up to the 8th floor and talking about the focus on defense, what's so unique about that, and seeing how one way people really get a lot of benefit out of it. And that also leads into kind of the Innovation Council, talking about what happens with that. Then we go up to the 16th floor, and it kind of ties it all together, where you can talk about, really, because then you end up kind of like walk by the mentor area, and you're like, okay, then like once we really get to know you, then there's a lot of other ways that you can engage where you can, obviously as members, you can participate in the mentor network that we have, that we can invest in you, that we have investor relations. You kind of build on all those things, the value add, and then typically end in a conference room where it's like, great, now let's sit down and talk. And for every one of our tours, again, the number one goal is which startups get some exposure out of it that could really help them. And so that's, from what I see generally, like the hardest part of VIP is not scheduling the tour or planning the tour. It's figuring out and scheduling the startups. Both trying to make sure you're doing a good job of that and finding the right people. And startups aren't always very responsive. Like it's hard to get people to respond and sign up and like go do it. And so they're just herding cats trying to make all that happen. The VIP, they don't get a lot of time. The VIP tours get scheduled late. They get, the John Deere tour, the time got changed, and so now we're, rearranging things around. And so that's like a big hard part of the job is selecting and finding the startups and using the rest of the team to go do that. And then, another, key part of it is really just, managing the whole flow of it to make it this great experience. And then the second thing is beyond helping the startups is usually we have a goal, and a lot of times you might have a bunch of goals, but with each, you can't do everything at once. So with each tour, we always know what's our number one goal for this? Is it that this is someone that we think should be part of the Innovation Council? Is this a potential investor? Is this a potential mentor? Is this someone we want to become a member? Is this, what's the outcome? And based on that, that's who's going to be in the room to go meet with them at the end. Awesome. So, kicking off officially, having done our introductions now, I'd usually say something about who's here in Texas for the first time, or who's been to Texas before, right? That's usually what I want to know. I try to get some idea of do you guys know what's going on here? Or is this new to you? And a lot of people are here for the first time or just moved here. And then usually people have heard about it, right? Obviously, that's even why they're here. So then it's kind of like asking an obvious question, the answer to. So you can, whatever they say, it's well, yeah, Texas is booming. Texas is blowing up. It has been for so long. And we're so fortunate that we're right here in the middle of it, that that's what being the center of gravity is about connecting it all together. And Capital Factory is right in the middle of downtown and is the heart and center of the startup community. And day and night,
there's people coming here, getting together and working and collaborating and meeting each other and starting companies. And a big part of how that happens is through this place, through this event space that we have. You know, there's a lot of co-working spaces out there, but one thing that's really different about Capital Factory versus most other co-working spaces is most co-working spaces measure their success by revenue per square foot. How much money do they make renting out the different space that they have? And we measure our success by activity per square foot. How much stuff's happening here, right? And so you look at how we allocate space, there's a lot of space that we could cut up and rent out, but instead we use it for space where people all collaborate and people get meet and things happen. And this is one of those places. And this stage is the place where when really interesting people come to Austin and want to say something really important, they come say it here. And it's when Tim Cook wants to make a big announcement about a national program for helping community colleges get involved in coding. They came and they did it up here. When the Secretary of the Army wants to make a big announcement about a new program they're rolling out, or the Secretary of the Air Force, they come and and they do it here. When Richard Branson wants to announce the new flight from London, they come and they do it here because they want to plug into what's going on here, because they want to be seen as innovative and plugged into the community, and that's part of what's developed. And as I was mentioning to you before about the tours, for us, our whole trick is to use all of that to help the startups, because that's why we're here. That's our focus is on the entrepreneurs. And so by having all these tours happening all the time, it creates this pipeline of opportunities where every day startups are getting the chance to get in front of people that can change the world for them, whether it's Richard Branson or Brene Brown or John Deere or the rest of the Capital Factory team who could maybe help go make a bunch of intros for them. And so your job in the audience, whether you're somebody coming, a customer on the tour coming, or all of you today, is in addition to trying to, learn something and, and find ways to help your company, is to help the startups. That's why we're all here. And the easiest way to do that is to introduce them to somebody else, to make a connection for them, to be thinking about someone at your company that they should meet or that they should know, or something that that could go help them, and that might even be at a different company. And so that's your job today, is as you meet these startups and you hear from them, to be thinking about and suggesting who could you introduce them to get their card and make a connection for them. And so that does still apply to all of you as well. And so that's why I start things off. We've got Brett here, and he's going to tell you a little bit about what he's working on. The format for all of our VIP tours, for all the pitches that we do at Capital Factory, for all the pitch sessions we do and everything like that, it's always a 5-minute pitch. It keeps it really simple and consistent, so they only have to have one pitch. And whenever we do a tour like this, we always allocate 10 minutes. So there's 5 minutes for them to talk and talk about what they do, and 5 minutes for Q&A. And when a tour gets tight, sometimes there's an instinct to be like, well, let's cut 2 minutes off of everybody. We'll get, or squeeze one more startup in, and I generally really push back on that. I find I'd prefer to give everybody their full, have fewer startups and give them their full 10 minutes to at least make sure they really get something out of it, rather than just try to cram a bunch of people in, because then then everything's crammed in and rushed and, not as good. So, Brett, you want to come talk to the team a little about what you're working on?
Thanks, Josh. Thanks for having me, guys. Nice to meet all of you. A bunch of new faces and some familiar faces. My name is Brett Isis. I've been saying this for a long time. I'm the CEO and founder of Teaching Nomad. But now I'm the CEO and founder of Teaching Nomad and of Hello Subs. So as some of you have heard my pitch, my company is all about connecting schools and teachers. And I've been doing it since 2011. Starting initially when I moved to Shanghai, China, I saw an opportunity to build really a teach abroad network that was doing something that hadn't been done in the industry before. And over 9-ish years, we became a leader in that space. The pandemic, as you can imagine, had a pretty big impact on our ability to help people to travel internationally. Within a period of 2 to 3 months, we saw our business drop 75% or so. And we were kind of faced with that decision of whether or not it was time to pack up our toys and go home or do something different. And obviously, we chose to do something a little bit different, right? So we tried a couple of things, but we launched an on-demand marketplace for substitute teachers, right? Connecting schools and subs. And we've been operating it under the Teaching Nomad brand for the last 18 months, and it's really taken off. Honestly, within 9 months, we were at an ARR, or annual recurring revenue or annual run rate that it took us 9 years to build in the Teach Abroad business, right? So about 9 years, we replaced that in about 9 months, right? And now it's really become its own thing. So we're relaunching it under the brand Hello Subs, and that's what I focus most of my time and energy on. So about 90 or 95% of my time from day to day is spent on the substitute marketplace. And so that's what you'll see me talking about as you come through the space and like at the different tours and whatnot, or if you ever stop by my desk, which you're always welcome to do. That's primarily what I'm talking about. 5th floor. Yes, behind R2D2, exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's really kind of the high level overview of what we're doing. Is there anything else specific? I always take these opportunities to like share my advice, but. Well, Capital Factory's been awesome. I met my CTO through an introduction here and some of our first investors as well. Right now, I could really use a designer, actually. If anyone knows a local designer, because we're putting together the brand for Hello Subs, right? So the new website for that and the logo. Not a ton. I mean, really just a couple grand, to be honest, yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Yeah, we've got some good mock-ups for the logo going, and I really think they just need some kind of just some detail updates, and they'll be ready to go. And then we'll roll out with really a rather basic website for this initial version of the site. Beyond that, always looking for introductions to schools. The Substitute Marketplace operates in Austin, Denver, and Philadelphia. We are expanding into Houston, so that's an area that we could really use some introductions there as we open that up for the upcoming school year. And then we'll continue expansion, but the exact locations are not nailed down at the moment. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, I'd be interested in anywhere to start conversations today, right? Like just to start building those relationships and like learning about problems and having those conversations. I mean, really anywhere I'd be open to. But I do think San Antonio is more of a near-term expansion area. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Sure, yeah. So it all varies from state to state as far as what the actual requirements are, but every state does require a fingerprint background check. So yeah, we just connect them with a local live scan office that's close to them. They go and get those scans, and we have the results within about 24 hours. Texas does not actually offer a substitute teaching certification. So that's not a requirement we have to worry about here, but we do partner with an organization called steady.org for folks to get their own certification or training, and then we provide other various training programs for them. Yeah. Yes.
How many teachers do you currently have?
Sure. Yeah. On the Teach Abroad side, we've placed 3,500 or so teachers overseas over the years, and there's about 100,000 active within our community that we've supported either through teacher training, document certification, teacher licensing, things like that. On the substitute side, there's about 200 that are actively working in those 3 markets. We're doing our contract renewals right now, and it looks like the vast majority of them are going to continue along with us. Yeah, I still enjoy, I do a lot of the VIP tours for international groups that come by because I think I'm one of the few founders that work internationally. And so even though I spend the majority of my time on the substitute marketplace, I definitely enjoy talking to those people as well. And whenever I get up here, I always, when someone hands me a microphone, I always take it as an opportunity to give some advice. And I just wanted to mention, especially to some of you new hire folks here, that, a lot of the reason that I pay to be here and that I think a lot of the other founders do is because of the environment and the people that we get to meet. There's just a ton of really brilliant people here doing super interesting stuff. And the neat thing for you guys is that you actually get paid to hang out with those people. So like, if you're not like talking to these folks and like learning something new, like, at least every week, if not every day, I'd say you're not doing it right. Because there's a lot to be learned floating around this place. Sure.
Those are being, this is gonna be up here, right?
So that one works. Yeah, I would just. And that green light just turned on, so it should be working.
Test, test.
Awesome, beautiful.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Testing, okay.
Testing, 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 testing.
Testing, testing. 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 Can you hear me? Thank you for being here today. Can I ask you to take your seat? We're about to begin our program. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today to have this discussion. I'm Roland Pena. I'm Senior VP of Global Tech and Innovation at the Austin Chamber. My team embraces Central Texas innovation by supporting entrepreneurship in the region. We are laser focused on promoting business and ideas through programming like today's Tech Talk. We also have an event later this summer celebrating the startup community. I encourage you to go to the austinchamber.com website and learn more about A-List, an event taking place on August the 3rd. Today's Tech Talk is part of a series held throughout the year in collaboration between South by Southwest and the Austin Chamber. The Austin Chamber continues to provide leadership and resources to the business community in the Austin area. One of the ways we do this is through events like these. These events are hosted all year long to help and educate. I encourage you to go to the website to learn more about the Austin Chamber. I'm going to be repetitive about that, right? Today, we're excited to bring you a discussion focused on NFTs, non-fungible tokens, otherwise known as NFTs. They burst into the tech scene in early 2021. In recent months and in recent days, however, the high valuations of these assets have begun to diminish. Is this a temporary dip, or did we place too much hope on these shiny, new digital assets? Before we start that discussion, I want to thank South by Southwest for the long-term partnership in helping us with these events. And thank you to Capital Factory for letting us use this venue once again. And now I'd like to welcome Hugh Forrest, Chief Programming Officer for South by Southwest, to the stage. He'll be serving as today's moderator and will introduce our panel. Oh, but before, Hugh, let me introduce our pivotal partners. Apologize for that. Amazon, Ascension Seton, Dell Technologies, PIMCO, and Wells Fargo, and to our foundational partners, and to our many corporate partners. Now you're up, Mr. Hugh Forrest. Welcome to the stage. Thanks so much.
Then everybody will be able to hear you.
Can't hear you. Okay. Welcome and welcome. My only rule here with you guys is you can't agree with each other. We want respectful disagreement. I'm going to start with several questions for our two speakers. This is meant to be very, very informal, so please raise your hand at any time if you want to talk, if you have a question, if you want to add something more. Could you use a microphone so we can hear you?
We just turned him on.
I don't think it's on yet.
It's not? Here, you can use this.
We share. Okay, better. All right, and very loud. We'll start off with some basic questions. Again, this is meant to be very informal, so please raise your hand at any time if you have questions. We aim, and towards the end, I will do a bit of a lightning round with our two speakers, and we aim to end this around 5:30, so about 45 minutes from now. Okay, Tiana, you're on the hot seat because you wrote the books. Please explain in layman's terms what an NFT is, because I am the dummy that you wrote that book for.
It's a digital bearer instrument.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Wait, does anybody know who here doesn't know what okay, bearer instruments are like money. So when somebody hands you $1, you are in possession of it, and now it's yours. So that's what a bearer instrument is, and that's what a digital bearer instrument has, that same characteristic. If you're in possession of it, you're basically the owner of it.
Thank you. And can you also give us context of, what happened roughly January 2021, where all of a sudden NFTs became the rage, or even farther back than that?
Because I'm feeling cheeky. It's like a zit comes up, but it doesn't just like happen on your face. Oh, I got really laughing. Okay. It's actually been around for a really long time. Did anybody have any crypto kitties? Okay, one guy, that's good. Okay, so the idea of NFTs had been around for quite some time. And actually the guys that had done, does anybody know what Tether is? A few of you. Okay, so it was this idea of being able to, never mind. Okay. Sorry. It's not like NFTs just popped on the scene as an invention in 2021. They'd been around for a while, and it had first started basically with Ethereum that wanted to create this idea of a world computer and the ability to have a Turing complete global computer that can do any kind of program but shared globally. So just like anything, this is one of those babies that came off of it. So first we had the ICO craze, 2017, and tokenization standards. So that token type was called an ERC20 token, and that's a fungible token. So just like I hand you $1, you hand him $1, these are interchangeable. And then out of that came the idea of unique digital items. So more like, how do you denote all the other types of assets in the world, and not just the interchangeable ones? And that was the ERC 721 token standard that came out. And at first, I was working on the Ethereum for Dummies book, which I did not finish, and I gave it to somebody else because I'm like, this system is broken. I don't want to write this book. Anyways, these guys had developed this token standard, ERC 721, which was this idea that you could have two unique asset types, and that they could represent something specific. And so what they did, because it's the internet, they decided to do it with digital cats, crypto kitties. And they also did this other really beautiful, brilliant thing that I was first mad at because it broke Ethereum, was that you could have two of your digital cats, and that they could then breed and create a new rare digital asset that had characteristics of both parents. And one of the other things that they did was this idea that a smart contract is visible to everyone. So you could potentially, like if it had a business application, your competitors could come and look and see what your smart contract was. So what the ERC 721 was doing, the NFT, was being able to reference data off-chain, which was the genetic information for these cats that then would have the characteristics for the new kitten that those two bred. And so it was a very cutesy way of being able to teach people about how to create rare digital objects, items, non-fungible tokens, all the same sort of concept.
Thank you. And then my third intro question for you, for purposes of this discussion and or larger discussions, can you, are NFTs and crypto, do you see that as the same bucket, slightly different buckets? How do you separate those two concepts, terms, ideas? Heavy breath, sorry.
Okay, digital assets or ways of denoting digital ownership. So the ERC20 token type, which is, Ether or any kind of other kind of interchangeable token. So think you have Apple stock. If you were going to denote Apple stock as a token type, you would do that as an ERC20 token, because unless it was a different stock class, but all of the stock in the same class would be under the same token type and interchangeable, right? So there's that. But let's say you have a car or a house or some other kind of unique item that you also want to have the ability to trade, transfer, and that there's a market for. So we need to have a way of being able to record those unique characteristics and then be able to say, okay, I grew up on a farm. And in the same spirit as the CryptoKitties, you could potentially use this as a way of saying, okay, I have 2 horses, I'm going to create a new horse, and it's going to have these kind of characteristics, and I'm going to be able to trade this and use this, or even have an exotic asset that's derived from that. Let's say there's racing horses, they're multi-million-dollar animals, and then you could have other types of assets you could derive off of that. And so we're sort of seeing that proliferation of everything that was once held within a single system is now sort of don't get me started on sovereign self. Okay, so we should probably talk about the different layers of, or iterations of the web. So Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3, but I'll let you ask those questions.
That's my question for Worley, so
Okay,
give him
good.
a little airtime here.
Good.
Okay, Mr. Quantum, that's the last time we're saying quantum in the next hour. What is your easy to understand for layman's definition of Web 3 versus Web 1 or Web 2?
But why? I don't think Web3 has the future everybody thinks it has, just frankly, because I think that are about to be tremendous shifts in technology bases that don't incorporate it. I have many friends in the industry, many really good friends. Our friend Brian Behlendorf works with Filecoin and everything. So it's not like I have an anti-stance. I do not think this stuff makes it into the future that people think it makes it into because of technical limitations, because the entire internet is about to shift before the end of the decade to a quantum internet, and none of this stuff works on there, right? So, and it has to because of security, because of data privacy, because of, all of these things. And so that doesn't mean there won't be some other version, but, I made the joke on Twitter, which got a lot of trouble with all the Web3 people, but I said, it's not Web3, it's Web Q.0 or whatever, but it's, realistically, look, I'm not a blockchain fan. I don't own any cryptocurrency. Because if 10 years ago or 11 years ago, you were my CEO or my CTO or whatever, and I came to you and I said, hey, last night I did some mushrooms, I smoked a lot of weed, I was super drunk already, and I went on the dark web and I found this paper by an anonymous author and we should do everything that way, you would have said, you are fucking fired, right? We don't have transparent ledgers because nobody wants them. Like, we want them as individuals, but no business entity wants them. Transparent ledgers are bad things for the multitude of corruptions that you hear, people like my good friend here talk about, and they're right? There's zero doubt. But, it's gonna be very interesting. I mean, there is not a blockchain like there is an internet. There is a capability of you using blockchain thousands of times. One of the reasons I'm against it has nothing to do with the technology or CryptoKitties or anything. It has to do with the environment, because it is the worst thing in computing to happen to the environment globally in the last 100 years. Is an unbelievable burden on the electricity cost and the damage to the environment, et cetera, et cetera. And so just on that alone, I think technology should be looking to a future where we use less and less of that rather. And to put that in context, part of why I got into quantum is a quantum computer can do things that would take the largest supercomputer at Los Alamos or TAC or anywhere millions of years to do, not only in a day or a week or potentially hours, but it can do it on something the size of the pinky fingernail at an energy use that is unbelievably less and far more environmentally friendly. And that was one of my drivers for getting into that originally.
So Tiana, do you, what's your retort on the left side of the room? Conflict is good.
But we love each other.
That's true. That's really true. And I'm not a person that really holds opinions. I'm more of an observer. I try to say, okay, what are the things that I see and what are the mega trends? So in that sort of spirit, I'd want to say, okay, like, I'm an investor. It's my job to basically try to understand what's happening now and what do I think are the potentialities. So it's like, okay, and then my brain is also assigning to those potentialities like a percentage of likelihood. And so the things, I'll just tell you the things that I think that I'm observing. So one, I think that we're seeing this sort of idea of in-game of globalization. So globalization has been this term that we've been hearing for a really long time. And one of the KPIs for me of globalization is the equalization of human labor. So for example, I have some interns in Ohio that I pay $12 an hour to do social media stuff. I would pay almost the same price for the same caliber of work out of India or Africa right now. So that's one of those sort of KPIs of like how close is like-kind labor globally in a price point. That's one of those things for globalization. This idea also of quick travel. Can I travel anywhere in the world as a median income individual within 24 hours? I think we're pretty close to that. So it's some of these sort of things that you have to say, okay, like there's this idea of the shift from, because nations didn't always exist, right? And so these different kinds of ways of how humans organize themselves, which like we've seen, like people have their own basically little nations online, right? So it's like corporations are now sometimes more powerful than nations, and then there's gatherings of people that think about things in a certain way, so that's that idea of like digital culture are sort of like starting to coalesce, right? So it's sort of like we're reinventing or inventing a new type of civilization, which gets to this idea of sovereign self. I'm still talking, Jake, you gotta wait. Everybody has to hear my thoughts, and I promise I won't talk about the digital yuan. I promise. I promise. Don't make me.
I can chuck a mic at anybody, just point.
Okay, that one. That one's bad. I'm just kidding. He's good. Where was I? Damn it. Now we gotta start
something
again.
about sovereign
self. So again, like these are just mega trends, right? So this idea that happened out of like 2008, 2007, I was there with them. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, I was told, like, work hard, get an education, you'll buy a house in the suburbs, have a couple kids, your life's gonna be good. And then that did not happen. And life was just kind of a wreck. And I think all millennials are kind of like looking around being like, hey man, we were promised something and now we just have like crazy inflation. A lot of us never really got to buy a home. A lot of us don't have kids. Like all the things that sort of like basic humans want to do, which is, you know, pair bond and have babies and like do human stuff, is like really freaking hard. And it's not just hard here, it's hard everywhere. So then people start wondering like, hey, like the way that civilization works is if a majority of the people get the resources they need from it. And if they stop getting it, which I think in 2020 and COVID, we all sort of realized how fragile our system was when the majority of people stopped getting what they needed. When I went to the grocery store, Whole Foods, and I'm picking up a cabbage and some chicken nuggets. I couldn't think. I'm like, what are not branded name of chicken nuggets? I don't know. And that was what I got to eat. I was mad, So I'm like, civilization is really not working for me because I'm like, I've worked really hard, and how the hell is this like, my situation right now? Anyways, so like that's like a global phenomenon, right? And so there's this push, and like, why is crypto happening? Why are NFTs happening? What are NFTs really? The idea of an NFT is the ability for anybody anywhere to create their own asset and be able to sell it. So if you got a smartphone, now you can do commerce. That's what that is. So it's more about this idea of social unrest and people's desire to be able to have their needs met, which aren't really happening. But I also agree with Worley in that we're seeing this convergence of multiple different types of technology, including AI, which a friend of mine invested in this company and then did, haha, you didn't get in. And I was like, jackass. It was an AI that did, that basically solved the contracts for lawyers. So it did like 50,000 hours of legal work. And, I'm like thinking about that in the terms of like, how long does it take to make a lawyer? And how much does that cost? And how many hours can a lawyer produce? And then all of a sudden you have a machine that can do that after the cost, like, the production is maybe a couple $1 million and then every hour after that is free, that is really disruptive when you think blue collar work and white collar work will disappear in the future. How do people get the resources they need from a society that is driven towards those things? Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, and to just counterpoint that, we also have two different views. From a social view of the system is broken, all the things she's saying, we agree 100% on. Being an engineering, very, kind of deep tech focused, my question is, do these things, what we're doing now is not compatible with what I think the immediate future is, right? A lot of good things have come out of blockchain, right? Smart contracts are awesome. I intend on using just the concept of them. The lawyer, I know exactly the company you're talking about. I also did not get to invest, just so you know. So
we're both mad.
We're both mad. It's not that a lot of good stuff isn't coming out of this. It's that, there's this paradigm shift that I just don't think people are paying attention to. And maybe in 2030, when I think all of this, every one of you will be affected by it and realize it, I'll be like Nostradamus or something. Or maybe I'll just be some idiot that kept yelling about the sky falling the whole time.
All right, let's read the room. 1 second. I've got 3 different buckets. First bucket is I'm excited and bullish about NFTs. Second bucket is I don't believe the hype. Third bucket is I still don't quite understand it. Okay, excited and bullish. Second bucket, I don't believe the hype. You're virtually alone. Third bucket, I'm still kind of confused. There you go.
Me too, man. Me too. I'm still confused.
Okay, question or thunder?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Just say it and I'll repeat it.
Yeah, so basically, to his point about the environmental factors, I think in the early 1900s, you could have made the same argument regarding cars, right? If I were to go back then, right, there was no infrastructure. There weren't roads to drive on. There weren't gas stations to fill up on. So I, as a citizen in that day and age, wouldn't have understood the value and the utility that cars provided for the world. Do you think that we're seeing something similar.
How's the car thing worked out so far?
I mean, in Texas, people.
Yeah, true, right? Like, what was the end point of your question, though? You said, how did something work out?
Right, so I think we've all kind of agreed on the sense that cars' utility has outweighed their impact, right, on the environment, up until a certain point.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, first of all, that's a great point, but I think, look, we're entering a new world, right? I don't believe anything is digital, right? One of my big arguments against this is that if I looked inside your iPhone and I went down into the processor, there would be actual physical electrons representing all of that data. Information is physical. There is no such thing as digital. It's a marketing thing, right? Digital transformation, these are all marketing terms, okay? Information is physical, and if information is physical, and we're now understanding how to control that physical information, then everything you know is at an end, right? The security in the next 4 years will become almost irrelevant, right? There will be you need 4,000 qubits to break all of your encryption keys. We're at 167 now, we'll be at 433 in 2 months. We'll be at 1,000 in February or March of next year. We'll be at 4,000 the next year. Okay, so my argument isn't that the social contracts and there's a lot of good. Like, I am a super liberal guy, and I think the system is screwed and there's all these things that need to be fixed. I'm just saying, like, hey, everything you're basing that on, it's like you're building a home in the worst disaster area. Like, it has earthquakes and fires and tornadoes, and it's probably where the asteroid's gonna hit. And we know the asteroid's gonna hit there. We've done the telemetry, right? And that's all I'm saying about that, right? Is like, there's a lot of great concepts. There's a lot of good stuff in here. Not so sure about the NFTs. I see a question I really want you to ask, which is that one.
I'm deliberately not asking that because you already answered. All right, so.
Wait, he gets to cheat and look?
Yeah, he's cheating. Typical. Worley, how many NFTs do you
the
own?
Notes.
So I own 2 NFTs.
I thought you said you didn't own any.
No, I don't own any Bitcoin. I was very, very specific. I own one that a gentleman named Mr. Verdon, who's a quantum scientist, made an image of me. He's doing this collection of people in quantum that are influencers, and he's building these images on a quantum computer at the atomic level. So he takes your photo and basically does it. And then he was selling it, and I was like, dude, you can't just take my picture off the website and sell it like that. But it was super cool, and I love him for it. It's neat. And I did the whole Twitter blue thing and got the NFT icon all. The second NFT.
So did you pay for this?
Yes, I did. I paid him back for the mining fees. I was like, dude, don't auction me off on the internet. So yes, about $600 in to mint it. Then I did an experiment in December to kind of show the other side of NFTs. So I make a Christmas card every year, and every year the Christmas card is like some crazy tech-enabled thing. And so, what I did was I made a Christmas card of 8-bit characters of my family and our pets. And I made it as an NFT, and I didn't pay the gas fees. I said, you can mint it. And for everyone you did, $25 would go to Big Brothers Big Sisters locally. So how many people think it cost another $25 to mint that, to donate the $25? Ready? $100?
Was it
Less?
$700?
More? It was $490 for you to be able to donate $25, right? So, and those are the 2 NFTs I have.
Deanna, you?
What was the question?
How many NFTs do you have in round figures?
I'm not disclosing how many cats I own. That's rude. Rude. Some number of cats. It got dark for a while. I've minted plenty in my pursuits to understand what the hell was going on. And just to full disclosure, when Wiley asked me to write the NFT for Dummies book, my reply was, you want me to write the Beanie Babies for Dummies? The digital? I'm like, no, absolutely not. I'm busy. Okay. And then I got into it, and I was like, okay, this is sort of like an interesting phenomenon that's happening. So this idea that, in the idea of Web3, which is sort of like people, like, okay, with Web 1, it's sort of this idea that people are sort of like passively reading the internet. And then with, Web 2, which is sort of like, mega corporations like Google and Facebook and Apple are controlling people's data, but people are like creating their own information, like Facebook, for example, or TikTok. You create all this information, it belongs to Facebook, it belongs to TikTok. And then this Web3, which is this idea that the data that you're creating is your own and that you're able to profit from it. Now, I totally agree with Worley. So we have this sort of convergence, all these different technologies that are happening all at the same time. And, my reply back to that is like, we should be thoughtful in what we're doing. We should be thinking about, okay, what is the kind of world that we want to live in? Knowing that we have these types of technologies that are going to drastically reshape not just the digital world, but our world and how we economically derive resources.
I mean, 100%, right?
We're not supposed to agree.
Okay, we won't agree. No, crazy crypto cat lady, you're wrong.
That's true.
How's that? Was that better?
Much better. All right. That is loud again. So as I mentioned in the intro, NFTs were huge at South by Southwest. Again, 40 some odd sessions on it, lots of activations, yada, yada, yada. But over the last 2 months, the world has changed. And perhaps the most startling, one of the most startling figures is the Jack Dorsey NFT of his first tweet ever, which sold at 2.9 million initially in March 2021, and then coming back for something like $15,000 or $20,000 in April 2022. So, Worley, Tiana, are we officially in crypto winter, NFT winter, or is this just a reset that flushes out some of the riffraff, hype, whatnot from the market?
You want to go first?
I'm happy unless you want
I
to.
always have thoughts.
So here we hit on one of the major issues I have with the current way we're implementing it. Again, conceptually, I love all of this stuff. I think it's the implementation, the devil's in the details. So there's this illusion, you guys all think crypto is decentralized, but Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan own majority's control of consensus, right? So not decentralized, turns out. Everybody said that crypto was disconnected financially from the fiat currency system, but if you look at it going down, they go right down together, right? So not true. That doesn't mean the concept is wrong or bad. It means we didn't implement it right? And there's a very big distinction between those two. Also, yeah, I hope it's a crypto winter, and I'll tell you why. Because I think we're going to go through a quantum winter too. Because every new technology sprouts up, people get excited about it, a bunch of fraud comes into the system, a bunch of other stuff, and eventually some economic force creates a downturn which gets rid of all of the riffraff, and then you can build something amazing, right? And so I'm hoping that during that we are to the winter, we can start combining, like working with crypto and NFTs and quantum and all these things together, and we build something bigger, stronger, better that is actually decentralized, that is more viable as a long-term kind of thing.
Don't say 100%.
So are we in crypto winter? Yeah, I mean, OpenSea, which is one of the largest platforms for buying, selling, creating NFTs, has lost 75% of sales since the spring. That's a lot. We're also halfway to the halving. So if you've been in crypto for a while, you know a lot of things go off the Bitcoin clock, which every 4 years or so, we sort of see less than, the amount of Bitcoin reward for mining is cut in half. And then to Worley's point, which is sort of to the side, but not, where a lot of the mining has become centralized because, capitalism, things want to go towards efficiency, and the way to be profitable, to mining make sense, you have to have these things: free electricity or nearly free electricity, free or nearly free electronics, a regulatory environment, and a way to keep these things cool. And so, like, there's just certain places that works. And I found myself sometimes in really awkward conversations with Russians that had access to, electrical plants and things like that were looking for ways to bypass sanctions. I'm like this, no, please, and how do I exit, the situation? So, like, those are some of the factors that have, like, even if there's a bunch of nodes on the network, like, who controls those? That's kind of an interesting thing. And then to the other point of who owns the underlying assets. So back when, years ago at this point, there was just a bunch of crazy people like myself that were sort of fascinated by money and economics and things like that just were mining and holding the asset because we were weird. And then all of a sudden you have the most powerful, wealthy corporations in the world putting them in their treasuries that they're incentivized very differently than the individual enthusiast, right? And they're going to value them differently and hold them differently because they just have different incentives around managing assets, right? So if Tesla holds a bunch of these assets in their treasury and now they need money, are they going to sell them? They're not holding them onto them for nostalgia. They're not holding on to them because, it's part of their long-term retirement plan or something like that, or because they want to have a worst-case scenario in case the US dollar collapses, or they want to buy something on Silk Road 364. I don't know. So, like, the incentives are different. And I got lost in that.
Good. Okay, we've got about 15, 20 minutes left. I'm going to do my lightning round and then throw it back to you guys for questions.
Wait, are we timed?
We're timed. Everything's timed. Okay, short answers from both of you. Is this a great time to buy or a good time to sit out until things stabilize?
I think it's just like public markets, and when things are cheap, if you believe in the long-term viability, you can buy on that downturn. I don't know that it would be a horrible time to buy. Not what you expected me to say, I'm sorry.
No. I cannot give financial advice. I always liked buying assets the way sometimes I like buying shoes. I'm like, I love this pair of shoes, and oh man, it's 50% off, and I'm gonna wear the crap out of these. Sometimes I look at that, apply that same methodology to other types of assets. It's like if you see that there's underlying utility and function, and you believe that it's going to exist in the near future, and you look at the charts and say, okay, you know what, crypto winters usually last 18 months, 2 years, and if I buy it now, and what happened last time, maybe, if that makes sense for your portfolio and your tolerance for risk, that it could go to zero, then yes.
And if I am so inclined to buy, what is your recommendation on the best NFT marketplace?
Not me. I can't answer that question. I don't even know if I could name an NFT marketplace.
Are we still on NFTs? I thought we were broadly talking crypto.
You can go broadly. You can go broadly talking crypto there, please.
Right now we're going to see a big washout. We already are. One of my favorite companies right now, I think they were valued at $3 billion, and now it's $25 million right now in a fire sale, basically overnight. I would be nervous at anything where you're not your own custodian would be sort of the thing I would say be thinking about, because although non-custodial things are very convenient and fun and have nice UI, they might not exist in the near future just off of historical things that have happened in the past. Would you agree with that?
Worley agrees with you, which is against the rules.
92.6%.
Agreed. I want to know about the other 7 and change.
Okay, your answer here can be Tiana Lawrence, but if it's not, what is your recommendation on best website, newsletter, person, role model for NFT information?
I'll go first. Tiana Lawrence.
The most curmudgeon person in the space.
That's why.
I've been the big Eeyore. I'm like, don't buy the crap. It's all fake for a really long time. One of the things to think about, though, very seriously, is just like any of the other kind of like, just like the ICO craze, the NFT craze, the Beanie Baby craze, any of these sort of things, it's like a lot of those type of individuals that enjoy pyramid schemes rush in, see what kind of money they can pull out. So, be thoughtful. And I do think that NFTs do have a lot of commercial viability. Like Unilever just did a big drop. Did anybody know, like, Axe deodorant? I was a big fan of their commercials because I'm a dog. Nobody else? God, nobody else. Okay, Unilever. People know what Unilever is? Okay. So they're doing a big promotion. They sold out in 8 seconds. This idea of marketing and this idea of, so different phases of marketing. So we used to just do push marketing where you try to find your audience and shove your product in front of them versus your customer asking you for your product. I think NFTs are a really kind of beautiful solution to that because it can really create more incentives and drive your super fans, and corporations are kind of loving it right now. So I think if anything is going to happen in sort of the NFT crypto space next, especially during a crypto winter where the hype has deflated and now things have to have actual value and utility, go see what's happening with that. So go check out, if you haven't, Unilever and the Doge thing they did with Axe deodorant. And you're going to see a dozen other things that kind of look like that, or other types of rare digital objects that are being geocached, kind of like Pokemon Go. Thank you.
Thank you. Orly, insert date here. Web 3 in 2022 is like Web 2 in...
...2002.
Agree.
We're not supposed to do that.
Okay, 2002.2.
I love it.
Okay, last lightning round, then I throw it out to you guys. We come back and do this session 1 year from now, June 2023. What does this market ecosystem look like at that point?
It's still winter.
Yeah, I think it's still winter, but not because of the market, but because of the broader global economy. I think until that corrects, nothing is coming back, right? So to no fault of its own, I'd say you do this in 2025. There's a lot of people who have started a crypto or NFT related business and had some success, and other things will have happened. But I think the next couple of years are going to look pretty grim.
So what's your prediction then on how long the recession lasts?
I think the recession goes, I'm hoping a couple of years. I'm worried it could be, 4 or 5 years, and the reason is that when the economy gets as depressed as it is getting, because the Fed should have never been allowed to buy $9 trillion in assets or equities. The fixed mortgage was 6.14% a little bit ago. It's going to hit 10%. Inflation is 100% going to hit, 10, 11, 12%. These things drive other factors, like countries that don't have anything but have a lot of weapons say, we need to go get more stuff. So, I worry about things like, war and things like that, pushing this, extending that period, right? I'm super fearful of that. But to no fault of its own, I think if the economy were not even strong, but just mildly, I'd say we have this conversation next year. And it's like, hey, we're not there, but things are looking up. And 2024 looks like a great year for, crypto NFT type stuff.
The way my brain works is I'm like, okay, well, let's think about other kind of things that we know on the horizon, and then how they might affect the longevity and depth of what's happening economically globally. So right now we have a nice little war happening in Ukraine. So that has really disrupted global commerce and global stability. Does that spread? And what do we find systems around that? Do we see another pandemic surge? Or, I heard that there's a new contagious type of polio going around UK right now. That's kind of terrifying. So it's sort of like some of these sort of factors might increase the depth and severity of it. I think some of the things that could change it is, some governments might start instituting UBI as a way to be able to sustain their population and keep peace, just like we had here in the United States. We didn't call it UBI, but people are getting checks in the mail so they wouldn't riot in the streets. So I think, like, if the governments institute that, there might be more peace, but at the same time, we're gonna see more potential inflation unless they find other ways of controlling that. I don't know the total answer, because it will really depend on how our politicians deal with the current situation, because money has been so detached from the, it's not attached to gold or things like that. It's sort of like the global psyche. And what are we all thinking and feeling? Are we feeling fearful? Are we feeling excited about what's happening? And I think for a long time we sort of had that fatigue of fear and people wanted to get excited about stuff. But now are we going back into like a fear state? And I'm not totally sure, and that's sort of like the question that maybe everybody's asking right now.
All right, enough of my questions. Questions from you all for the two very smart people on this stage, myself not being one of them.
In terms of ownership of assets, looking at NFTs, in certain industries, do you think that will be the next big thing? Like, take, for example, art and music. A lot of time art, you're beholden to a particular gallery, different things like that. But ownership of the assets, where it goes more to the individual, that would seem to be an area that NFT would be the next big thing.
I once looked at a chart for like trying to map royalties for artists, and it just looked like somebody threw some spaghetti at a thing, and it like took more than a year for them to be able to derive value from it. So I think that's one of the reasons that artists have really been like, we love this. But we also seen like an oversaturation of artists on the platform, and sort of like people that aren't really artists, or that are sort of like clouding up the mix. So I do think that it'll probably be a tool, or a tool like that, because that's a global trend, right? So we have the technology now to do that. Why not? And there's other interesting things happening too. Like I was at a event earlier where this CEO for this new type of car, they're gonna do a pre-sale and you can buy an NFT for $2,500 that basically gives you an option to purchase one of the 9,000 cars that they're gonna produce. And so then you have the ability to trade that on a secondary market. So I was like, even I, who doesn't even really understand what this is, I'm like, I know guys like cars, and I bet that at one point these will be worth more. Yeah.
No, I think that's a great example. This is an area where I think the entire concept of NFTs could really be very valuable. I agree that it's an oversaturation, but if you think of art, your gallery example, one of the biggest things with art is what? Provenance, right? And now instead of it being some forged paper or whatever, you have a much more secure system of saying it was created here and transferred there. So definitely think it has value in those areas.
A digital pedigree.
Great question.
Provenance, yeah.
Wiley, you talked about future of quantum computing, more or less breaking some of the cryptography systems of mining and security of blockchain. So how do you see that playing out? Will blockchain cease to exist as we know it? Will it have to evolve with more complexity? What do you see that?
So it gets broken for sure. It probably gets broken in the next 5 years, maybe less. This is okay. In the World War, there was this encryption machine called the Enigma machine, but nobody uses that shit anymore, right? So the problem with this is that security is a dance between threat and remediation, right? And you build a wall, I tear it down, you build a bigger wall, and that's a poor way to secure data. I actually think you'll see something post-blockchain that is quantum-based, and will probably use the tenets of the quantum internet. So use quantum entanglement to entangle two particles that we're using to communicate, and if I change this one changes, theoretically faster than the speed of light. But if Hugh tries to view that, because the way quantum mechanics works, it collapses. It just disappears from space-time, and so it'll be even more secure. There's already post-quantum cryptography. There's already people thinking about blockchain and crypto. In fact, we're helping a couple of crypto groups that are very interested in, what would a blockchain-like system look like on a quantum internet. So I see it as a plus, not a minus, but I see it as a very tumultuous time, because there will be a lot of money and a lot of assets sitting in something that will be completely broken, and there will be bad actors who use the technology to completely, steal billions and billions of dollars, even more so than I should say trillions, because we've already had billions and billions of dollars stolen, off the blockchain. But I think it improves all things, and that's the main tenet of my view, which is like, it's not that these are bad concepts. It's not this bad stuff. It's just like, you did it in kind of a shitty way. Like, why don't we stop now before there's $100 trillion in assets on it, and like build it with the future in mind, which I think was, where we kind of both agree, which we're not supposed to do.
So that's actually a question that I ask any new fintech or crypto company that's coming to me. It's like, are you thinking about quantum computing and how you're going to be dealing with that? So that's definitely one of those questions that I'm asking. And to Worley's point, that's one of the things I love to talk to him about, is this sort of like quantum leap in encryption, which is it stops being encrypted, instead it's entangled. Because humans have been trying to solve for this for a long time. And so in that spirit, I think just like any other types of tools, we'll just keep on evolving. And to your point with the Enigma machine, we broke the Enigma and then we didn't tell anybody, because if we did, it lost value, right? And so I think, like, when you have to think about quantum computing breaking things, what are the things that will be broken first? And would it be Bitcoin? Probably not, in the scope of things that are valuable to break into. So.
You're right. Quick question, because we keep throwing that out. How many of you know what quantum computing is? Okay, that's kind of what I was afraid of.
Sorry, guys.
So super quick. Your classical computer, from your iPhone to your laptop to the greatest supercomputer, is binary, right? Think of it like a coin. Heads, it's a 1, tails, it's a 0, right? If you have 4 bits, it can be in any one of 16 outcomes when you're doing a calculation, and it can only be in one of those outcomes. With 4 qubits, you can be in all 16 outcomes simultaneously. Is exponentially scary. And to your point, you're right. The first thing that will be broken will be spies from 30 years ago that stole nuclear secrets and took them to Libya. Those will be the things that will be broken first, right? Is encryption that's old, that's already been removed and transported somewhere else on a hard drive. That'll be the first to fall. And then it'll be the finance system, because that's where all the money will be. And then maybe somewhere down the line, it'll be interesting to attack crypto.
We will have bigger problems when people people can break nuclear codes, because it's SHA-256 is the same thing. Protecting nuclear codes is Bitcoin. So you have to think, like, this will be one, who has the power to run quantum computing, because it's expensive, and do this sort of thing, and what are the most valuable things? So I really think, like, we'll be in war when this happens, potentially.
100%. Like, look, nobody using crypto to break encryption is like, man, if we can only get her cute kitty NFTs.
I knew it. I knew they're coming for my cats.
They're not going to come for the cats. They're going to be like, we could destroy the planet. That sounds way more interesting, right? Or hold it at hostage. So it's like, it'll be a totally different level of problem. So I want to be clear on that. Nobody using quantum is going to be like coming for the blockchain right away. There's a million things that happen before that. But the underlying foundation on which we're building all these things will be dramatically affected.
Thank you. Okay, one last question. Do we have any takers? Right there.
Quick one. What was the name of the company you mentioned that fire sale, $3 billion, $25 million?
BlockFi. BlockFi. I don't know if there was 3 billion, of some amounts of billions, and now it's 25 million. So even if it was just 1 billion, that's still a lot. But it was multiple billions.
I mean, look, let's not live in a glass house and throw stones. There was a quantum hardware company that went public that was worth over $1 billion in May that is now worth $360 billion, and that's probably not where it stops. So this is a global economic problem that is driving all, it's irrespective, it doesn't care about the technology you're using or what your beliefs are, it's crushing everything.
And on that cheery note, thanks everyone for coming out this afternoon and hearing a fascinating discussion. We'll stick around and can answer questions. Again, encourage everyone to get involved with the panel picker process. That closes July 24th. You can always ask me questions on that or email me questions. And back to you, Roland.
Okay. So, Tiana, Worley, and Hugh, I will say that that conversation was fascinating, right? Wasn't it? Oh my gosh. I'm not in the market, right? But I know I've got to get engaged. Here's what I'm going to hang my hat on. The insights were amazing. And I realized that there is opportunity in this digital marketplace, right? As long as we're thoughtful, responsible with this technology, there's hope to build a better system, bigger, better system. Thank you guys for that.
Good.
And with that, let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you all for joining us today. As I mentioned in the beginning, I encourage you to visit the austinchamber.com events website so that you can monitor all the events that we're hosting in the next few months. Finally, if you're a business and not already a member of the Austin Chamber, this gentleman here told me earlier today that he's going to want to get more involved with the Austin Chamber, so that's great. Please consider becoming an Austin Chamber. Find out more at the Austin website. I would encourage you to stick around, have something to eat, have a drink, and socialize, network, and be sure to visit with our panelists. Thank you so much for being here today.